Good morning everybody, welcome to Edinburgh. Ready to step into Christmas? Well, let's see what we can do today. Live here at Edinburgh for some, well, hopefully spot on action coming your way. Going to get round the right side of the camera now. We do have an EasyJet not far off, and United Airlines with the flying pencil is about 10 minutes away. Wherever you are tuning in from, I hope you're doing fine, and well, look at that. I did wonder if we'd have a bit of snow on the Pentland Hills this morning, but I guess that's just me wishing too much. What was my Christmas wish? Oh, that was it. A bit of snow on the Pentlands. Right, while we await the EasyJet inbound, let's just see what's what in the chat. Now, I know Mike Wild was technically number one in the chat because he was in yesterday. That's not the same thing as being first in today, so Mike, come on, if you're in the show, let's know. How you doing? Chigwell's Finest definitely was number two in the chat. Obviously had a bit of a lie-in. You know, I'm only messing KC. And 14 months up with the channel. Fantastic, great friend to us. And of course I met Keith on more than one occasion. Just awesome stuff. Fireworks for Keith Cornell. Thank you, Keith. Feeling we're going to see plenty of de-icer run off today. Screen has gone green, and why has it gone green? Let's have a look. Keep still. Ash Watts, good morning to you, sir, first and foremost, and secondly, thank you for your awesome support to the channel. You're another great friend to us, and it's, well, a pleasure to be with you today on the Sunday before Christmas. Let's do the fireworks for Ash. Try and manoeuvre the chat to a point where I can read it properly. same as. Right. I apologise if there's any names that appear above this. I just can't get the list any higher. Scrooge McD. Good morning to you, Scrooge McD. Scrooge McD. That is a very seasonal one. Spooky McD, wasn't it, around Halloween? Loving it. Good morning, David Gordon. I think, David, we're going to appoint you our official weather watcher. I think last week you were spot on with when the showers were coming our way. Oh, what I think on, folks, grateful for a shout on sound, if it's okay. Light might be a bit flaky for us, early doors kind of thing. That's why I pushed to a later start, although I'd still started early, haven't I? Anyway, by the by, Simon E, good morning to you. How you doing, mate? Rab H is in the house. Good morning, Rabmeister. How you doing, my friend? I'll tell you what, I know I'm not a cyclist, but this is blinking nippy. Andrew McInnes, good morning, Andrew. Top of the morning to you. Ian Finley is in the house. Good morning, Ian. Hope all is good with you. Perhaps got a coffee or tea in your emoji mug. Sophie L, how are you doing? Hope all is in hand for Christmas at your end. Right, dare I put the camera on the inbound plane? So it's not frosty here, and the wind hasn't yet got anywhere near the 50 mile an hour that is expected by midday. But I think it's the coldest I've, see what I mean about trying to fight the light at the minute. I think it just needs a little bit like me, come in steady. So we've got United Airlines in probably about 8 minutes now or something like, I would have thought. EasyJet from Birmingham. Now, this doesn't often happen here for me, but look at that. We've got a bit of moon. A bit and a bit more. Really saw the dark side of the moon there. Tell you what, sorry, I'm a little bit erratic with the zooming at the minute. Fingers are, even with gloves, because obviously setting up is a glove-free kind of hobby. It's too difficult to do in gloves. So I do see we've got a fantastic milestone to celebrate. Sophie L, 13 months a member. Tell you what, this balaclava, which I thought was a sensible idea and probably will prove to be sensible if the wind gets up to 50 mile an hour. Oh, we won't do the fireworks just yet. We've got a departure. It's going to have to go. What do I say? Take it steady. British Airways inbound and United Airlines immediately behind it. So let's do Sophie L's fireworks now. Here we go. Easy for you, Sophie. Good morning to Andy P. What's the weather doing in Glasgow? Weather's basically westerly, so I think we'll just rest there for them. Almost looks biblical, doesn't it? Star of David. Michelle Johnson, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Dear me, yes, Scrooge McD and Spooky McD, one of the same. Good stuff. So the aircraft we are gazing on is British Airways inbound from Heathrow. It's an Airbus A319, sadly not BEA retro, but well, what the heck. So winds are definitely going to be a factor today, but basically line astern with the runway, I think. So it shouldn't cause too much sideways stuff. But of course when the wind is pounding in at plus 40 mile an hour, you never do know, do you? Right, United Airlines, by my calculation, are in next. Let's just see if we can have a quick mooch along the hills. I would sing The Hills Were Alive for the sound of, well, the sound of Mark actually. So Andy P we've said hi to. Sophie L I said hi to. Simon E. Thank you, Simon E, on sound. Wind has died down a bit, says Rob. Yep. But it's kind of weird, really. It's blowy enough for me to go for the balaclava. Funnily enough, I don't really like wearing a balaclava. I don't really favour the bank robber look particularly, and it kind of makes you feel, I don't know, I wouldn't say claustrophobic because I'm not claustrophobic, but EasyJet to Reykjavik is on the roll. In fact, it's rolled off, that one. To be fair, they had to Get a wriggle on. So remember, beloved members, social tonight, 6 o'clock UK time. I would say be there a wee square, but you're not square, whichever way you look at it. Linda Cooper, good morning to you. I was going to give you a shout out later because you were in my thoughts very much. Stuck at work today, and for anyone that's watching the show at work or about to go to work, you have my absolute respect and admiration. Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, Casey, I hope to meet up with you again in 2025. I've got to get myself down to Heathrow somewhere along the line. Tony Rivers, good morning to you, sir. Case in point, Tony also soldiering on at work as I just get ready for the inbound United Airlines arrival. I hope that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. So this is late running, I think. Was due in around 10:02. Was making monster time. At one point it was forecast for something like 7:30 arrival, which ironically enough I could have got. I go for a later start time but still get up at the same time. I'm a creature of habit. Streamers. Ooh, really? That's one of the things I love about this spot, the sun rising up behind the Pentland Hills. Makes you feel alive, even in cold weather. See if I can pan and chat. Let's see how that works out for me. Might do. So Ash has had a bit of sleet. I thought actually I'd be able to open the show up with snow on the hills. I didn't think there'd be any on the ground, but I thought the extra elevation might just give us a slightly Tyrolean backdrop. Maybe it's not Tyrolean, but you get the general idea. I must admit I was pretty excited about that all the way up here. So I'm going to stay with this Jet 2 as best I can while I keep panning the chat as well as the camera. Good morning HGC, how are you doing? Ooh, Rab's got frost, so yeah, there is a bit of a difference going on. Yeah, you can't whack the power of T. Michelle Johnson, I swear by it. So we've got an EasyJet off somewhere. Not EasyJet, Jet 2. I'm looking at an EasyJet on my screen because I've not changed things over. I can't pronounce this, but it sounds like a Lapland thing, really. No ticket. Oh, I can't. It's going somewhere in Lapland, I think. Chat, tell me if that's right. I can't. You're never going to phonetically coach me to pronounce that. Good morning to our friend in Congers, John Mackenzie. How are you doing? Well, you could say you're actually, well, you're always ahead of us, aren't you? All you guys to the east. Anyway, great to have you with us, mate. I think we've got something on finals, so let's just see if I can get the touchscreen to behave. First Bizjet of the show made the short hop from Inverness. We've got a Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS, 17 years of age. That's your next plane, folks. We will go to that in a second. I'm going to try and do a little bit more chat. John Rucroft, good morning to you, John Rucroft. Hope you're doing well, mate. So Rab H is the next firework moment. 19 months with the channel and a moderator and a great friend to us too. Rab, thank you for your support. I don't think I'm going to get... Actually, I'm going to do the fireworks. Show a bit of ambition. Here you are, mate. I'm very distrustful of the touchscreen on in fact, all of my touchscreens. I mean, electricity doesn't like the cold, as we all know, and touchscreens absolutely hate it. So I think we've got at least one more Bizjet in the show, possibly two. Tell you what, that's travelling in style, isn't it? I'm up in Inverness. I think I've nipped down to Edinburgh. That's a bit of last minute Christmas shopping. Our Heart's playing today. Are they on at 3 o'clock? Nobody's down here for some pre-match ambience. I don't know. Right, so that's Rab's 19 months. Tell me, my eyes are absolutely watering, even with glasses. Oh, that is absolutely above and beyond John Mackenzie. Awesome support, blinky neck. I ain't got a big enough box of fireworks. I mean, we've got some great friends in the channel, including yourself, and I just don't know what to say, mate, except thank you. You can always rest assured the money goes on content and directly to work. And here we go, firework time. Remiss of me to fail to mention, but Qatar Airways Dreamliner, which usually comes in around 6 in the morning, goes around 8 o'clock, is, last I looked, was shaping for a 9 o'clock arrival, so that won't be this one. Obviously that's a bit too small. Bristol, inbound from Bristol, I think this one, A320 Neo. So we'll land this, and then I've got some other celebrating to do. Good morning to Yvonne V. How you doing, Yvonne? It's Christmas already. Everyone fusses about that, don't they? Are you all ready for Christmas? What have we got here? Oh, it's our little Cessna 560. So that regulars will already know that from the fact that I can see the terminal from, or we can see the terminal from this view. Ooh, there's a Brussels spotty there. Now that is a surprise. Anyone know why? Let's just go back one. Anyone know why this is here at this time of day? So Yvonne V, good morning to you, and I'm going to go for it right now. There's a firework moment. I just need to get this up. Yvonne V very kindly PayPal'd us, supported our content with a generous donation between shows. So Yvonne, thank you so much. These are your fireworks. Members, in terms of the social later, it's my sad duty to report that Eddie is again finding the Santa suit too onerous. So if you were hoping to see Santa tonight, well, sorry, that bit's not going to happen. I think one of the features of today, once we get into the show proper, is it is definitely going to be, they're going to be getting up good and early. Be naughty, save Santa the trip. That one. I was asking my little granddaughter yesterday whether, she's 2.5, I says, you know, have you been good? Of course she says yes, she recognises that being good is good. Of course we're round at Eddie's for Christmas dinner and general stuff on Christmas Day. Cannot wait. Hope everybody in the show has got something nice on the cards. David Stewart, good morning to you in South Orange County, California. I bet your sky looks a bit like this, but probably about temperatures 30 degrees or something like warmer. So yeah, we're blessed today with the Qatar Dreamliner coming in. I do love that handle, be naughty, save Santa the trip. That really does feel like a, a thing. Right, first ATR of the show actually, Aer Lingus, courtesy of Emerald Airlines, inbound from Belfast. Be interesting to see how these behave, even on a westerly wind. 50 miles an hour is pretty lively. So as always folks, gentle plea on likes. Just give us a chance for YouTube. So we've got somebody pushed back and turned. Let's have a butcher's. That looks like that Jet 2 A321 Neo that we saw for the first time here last week. Good morning, Abby Garvey. How you doing, Abs? Rob, I called your milestone out, mate. What time did you post that? 8:16. Definitely called it out. Do me a favour, just confirm that you've not been out of the room or something. You know I'm not unnoticing you. Mary Brock, good morning to you, Mary. And yeah, in anticipation of the big day, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Ooh. Someone, Santa has very generously, well, I'm guessing it's Santa, has co-fed us £20. Thank you so much, that is so kind. Someone, do tell us who you are. Right, there's an EasyJet while I'm getting all excited about that. Off to Stansted, A320, 15 years of age. Mary Brock says 7:17, Sunday night. You're going to be reaching into Christmas at this rate, nicely before us. It's always the thing about this time of year, isn't it, when you get to Christmas and New Year and you kind of look eastward and people are celebrating way in advance of us in the UK, and you realise what a big old world it is. Yvonne V, member for 10 months and a great friend to the channel. We're going to do your fireworks in a jiffy as soon as we get this EasyJet airborne. I can see somebody on finals tucked in behind it. Up nice and early, up like the lark. There's a fast moving ATR just peeling off. Is it going to go past? No, it's going to go past, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to go to the tower for the moment. Let's do Yvonne's fireworks. Where's my ATR gone? We didn't get that far. Next inbound is another ATR. Also Aer Lingus Emerald Airlines. Let's get to it, team. If you've just joined the show, first time with plain sailing aviation, welcome to Edinburgh. I'm Mark, your host, and we're going to be running till about 12:30. 12:30. We're going to finish with the Qatar Airways A350. That is the plan. If it comes in early, we will take the early finish because we've got the members social later, and I've got to scooch down the A1 and get ready for that. Finnair on the way out. Mike Wild, #1 in the chat. I saw that yesterday, mate. How are you doing? Come back one. Good morning, Paul Usher. How are you doing? And yes, we've got Freddie Mercury in today as well. I forgot to mention that. Oh, there's a FedEx there. Good morning, Tina York. Mark's dulcet tones, says Tony Rivers. Dulcet. Never thought of myself as dulcet. Trying to get to the bottom of the chat as best I can. 8:24. Now, I'm getting confused now, Rab. You say you've not had your fireworks. You said Yvonne's not had hers. I'm seeing them on my screen, and that's making me wonder if something's not quite working right. So I don't like to miss things. Good morning, Navy Jack. John Mackenzie, I definitely wouldn't expect you to make the social at 2 in the morning. That's tipping out time. Right, John Mackenzie as well, 16 months member. So we're going to do a little rush of fireworks. So I thought I had hit the button on the fireworks, and for some reason they may not be working as intended. Terry the artist, good morning to you. So Rab H, sorry buddy if I've not managed to get them where they should have been, but there you go. I hope that's working, otherwise we're going to have to just decide fireworks ain't working. And Yvonne V, definitely see it on my screen, you see, so, but that's my encoding box, not the live. And John Mackenzie, 16 months a member. Here's your fireworks. Finnair on the roll. I think that's not a sign that I've got a small tech issue on the go. Checking some of that de-icer run off. Up like a bird. See if we can catch a bit of the climb. Lovely. So yeah, Edinburgh plane spotters. What's that doing there? I mentioned that a few minutes ago. It's intriguing me. Paul Usher, sorry, I can see your comment that says, can you see my comment? I've said good morning, definitely said good morning. Have I missed another one? You may have to repost if there's something I've missed that is more directed towards me. Sorry, buddy. Alan Scott, good morning to you. No, my friend, I will definitely be rodded up by 1:30 as we've got a social stream on at 6 this evening and it takes me about 2.5 hours to get home, blah blah blah. Kick to break down here and you know the kind of thing. Otherwise I cheerfully would. EasyJet off to Paris Charles de Gaulle. This aircraft 10 years of age. Right, so Mark trying to catch himself up. Yeah, I don't think my chat is working properly here. I am way behind. Yeah, way behind, but that's my thing. Right, I'm going to go straight to the bottom of the chat because Tina mentions glitchy audio. It sounds clean in my headset, and I'm too far behind, obviously. On the tower. Sorry, man.
Do you know when the C-17 is taking off?
Is there a C-17 here?
What?
There's a C-17 here? Didn't even know that, so no I don't, but thank you, young man. Oh, Edelweiss. It's all happening. This is a busy show. I thought I'd ease into Christmas, nice and steady. Thanks, David Gordon, Rab H. Tina's refreshed. Ah, right, so Ian Finley confirms tech arrived. Okay, so it's a tease, a tech. Sophie L, thank you so much for your kind words. It wouldn't surprise me, Rab H, if YouTube was being a bit clunky, to be fair. I'm always mindful in cold conditions that your kit is not always likely to play as nicely as it should. As I was saying earlier, touch screens are no good. So the comment on the everyone that's commented on the C-17, I haven't actually managed to get to, but I've got eyes on it now. Wow. It's an exciting day, it's all happening. Next inbound, a Flying Dutchman from Amsterdam Schiphol. Oh, that is an E195 E2, 2 years of age. Right, I'm going to try and get back into the chat in proper order. So Rab, I've seen your circle of death emoji. I think that speaks to your point, doesn't it, about things being glitchy. I've not dropped any frames at this end, so that points to a YouTube issue. We're looking pretty mint at the minute, although early days. Never like to get too far ahead of myself. Tech as a way of bringing you down fast if you do. Right, the EasyJet you were looking at, off to Belfast. So, Mohawk, Scotland, good morning to you, sir. Dee. The original Hungry Nuts. Mark's always hungry too, so yeah, good morning to you. Top of the morning. Ian Nicholson is in the house. Good morning, Ian Nicholson. Right, I think we've got an inbound plane to have a look at. Go on, Wookie. So we're blessed with a few odd turns, I think, as far as today goes. We've got a C-17 here, which that would be lovely if we got to see that go during the show. Let's rest up on that Jet 2 A321. Grab H, Merry Christmas to you, my friend. I've just seen your very generous and kind super chat donation. All the best to you, my friend. Let's get those fireworks on. Thanks, Rob. Just going to put the camera around to the left because, well, I want to look at the idle device a bit more before it goes. This would have been my plane of the day, except that, against all odds, we have a Norwegian 737 bearing the Freddie Mercury tail fin. Long have I hunted that plane, and it sounds like we're going to get it. Fast moving KLM. This baby off to Zurich. What place that is. Roger that, my friend. Good morning, retreating blade 1. Planes and trains moment. I forgot, we've got a new emoji for planes and trains. I'm not sure it's the finished article, to be fair. I've had one of those, like many of us, I guess, in the lead up to Christmas. A bit of a fractured week, but I come up with something and we'll take that as a starter for 10. Exactly for those planes and trains moments. Replay function is also on today as well. Plane of the day could have been that, the one you're looking at. Could have been one of the Qatar Heavies. Could have been the United 757. But now it's going to be the Norwegian with Freddie Mercury tail fin for me. I always feel happy when I'm looking at an idle device. I don't know how that works, but it's true. It's just... In fact, let's go to the C-17. Something different for Christmas. Oh, that sounds interesting, John Mackenzie. Do share some pictures on the Facebook group if you don't mind. I know folks will be fascinated with some of that. Me most particularly. Keir Christie, hello to you. You're coming to see me today? Do come and say hi, Keir. It'll be fantastic. Tony Rivers is going to get back to work. Probably for the best, Tone, to be fair. Traditional kind of thing, isn't it? You perhaps do a little bit of something, even in the run up to Christmas. Oh, dear me. I'm starting to feel cold. I've got more layers on than the Michelin Man. Pocket warmers are deployed in my gloves. Gary Fleming, good morning to you, Gaz. Just having a quick check around the equipment, folks. It's always a good idea to take nothing for granted on days like this. That wind has dropped, hasn't it? So there's less wind now than when I first arrived. But the forecast remains solidly. Let's just check that it hasn't been updated. So at the minute there's a 70 to 80% chance of rain, and it was interesting what Andy P said about things clouding up in his neck of the woods. With the west-southwesterly, we're going to be getting some of that, I guess. Temperatures of 3 degrees, gusting at 41 mile an hour now, up to 50 by noon. There is absolutely no way that it's gusting at 40 mile an hour. Oops. But I suppose this particular aspect is slightly screened by trees to my right, which is, I think, roughly westerly. Right, Keith Cornell, I've just seen your message. Maguire, is that a base in America? Must be, mustn't it? Don't laugh at me, I'm not hot on military. I love military stuff, but I think it's its own specialism. How's that, Casey? Have you got it? Casey and the Sunshine Band? Right. So Ryanair inbound from London Stansted, 737-800, G Rucker, Golf Romeo uniform, Kilo Alpha, about to splash down. Rest up there for a moment. David Gordon, the PSA, we've got 2 pages, so we've got the one that you're referring to, the live one, where we're trying to get that one up to 100 followers so that we can actually live stream to Facebook as well as YouTube. So that's what that page is for. We also have a PSA Crew Lounge Facebook group, which is part of the membership package. So your £1.99 a month supports content creation, but also comes with, of course, access to the emojis and the Facebook group. So now that's a kind of work in progress, the PSA Live. I think we've only got 1 vid on there at the minute, because naturally we focus the content predominantly towards YouTube, but louder on the way to Vienna. Thank you, Michelle Johnson, you are so right. Folks, please do hit the like, give us the best boost we can get out of YouTube. It does make a lot of difference, particularly on a smaller channel. Otherwise YouTube tend to treat us like we're making the numbers up, which I suppose in the scheme of the uniform we are, but of course in the universe. We should be good for overflies today as well. I can hear something growling above me. Let's see if I can get on it. Might be a little bit of a reach. Nah, I can't get enough on there. I'll have a look at that in a minute when it gets to where I can get it with the tripod. 75 likes up, says Michelle. John Mackenzie's made it 76. Thanks, folks. Oh yes, Rab H, exactly that. Thank you, buddy, keeping me straight. So yeah, definitely, if you're normally minded towards supporting us with gifting, memberships, we love you so much for that. But with our social tonight, and we've got some giveaway prizes and whatever, it's right that we skew the odds as best we can towards our subscribing members. It's one of our ways of saying thank you, where we kind of try and do a bit of summit and give a few things away. So yeah, thanks, Rab. I would have forgot to give that a further plug. Good morning, Hammy. How you doing? Room for a little one? Well, you better introduce your little one friend. You're welcome too, Hammy. How you doing, pal? Yeah. Tell you what you could do with here, some kind of like little brazier. I don't think the fire brigade or the airport authorities would be particularly excited by that, but this is nippy. Right. So let's get order of play up. EasyJet to Birmingham is going to be next, so not the louder to Vienna, but that one. This particular one, 9 years of age. Gizov, Golf Echo Zulu, Oscar Foxtrot. Railman, good morning to you. Yeah, Michelle, a barbecue. Be nice on a summer's day, wouldn't it? I think today I'd just be wanting the heat, not the food. Are we doing a planes and trains moment? I don't know. Quick question to the chat. How's the Qatar Dreamliner looking in terms of arrival time? Sorry about that, team. I've got these gloves with like detachable fingers on them, and they're clipped back, but one of them unclipped itself, so it was the finger of the glove that was operating that, not the finger of Mark. Daren't run without gloves today though. I'll end up in a right old pickle. The skies look great here, they really do. Good morning, Mark Pride. How you doing, Mucker? Well, Keith Cornell, I reckon your magic number of planes seen, I think last time you updated us was north of 30,000, I think. Oh yeah. It's a gargantuan score. Gargantuan, that's the word of the day. Good grief, what we got here? Screen's gone green. Hammy member for 16 months. Still can't find the cancel button. We've actually had that disabled on your account, Hammy. We didn't think you'd mind. I want to put your fireworks on, but I know that's going to move, but let's do it. See, usually I make a move on the fireworks in this situation and the plane's moving. Anyway, been a good friend to the channel, and it's fantastic to be able to celebrate 16 months live with you here at Edinburgh. Look, we're on. Well, look at that. I've just got the camera pointing that way for the warm glow. Here comes the sun. Oops. Oh, Christ. Keith says 30k plus is just the civils. That's going to be a big number then you're going to come with. Thanks, John Mackenzie. The Qatar Dreamliner. Just about to head over Musselburgh, so not that long to wait at all. Looks like we've got a runway check possibly in progress. Just joined the show. Welcome to scenic Edinburgh. Lovely old lot. Michelle Johnson, another great friend to the channel. God, we love you. Just to help the channel, or a nice hot soup or cuppa. You can get an awful lot of soup for that. Michelle, thank you so much. That is really generous of you. Let's go for the fireworks. Yeah, David Gordon puts it brilliantly. Superb. Daniel Watkins, good morning to you, Daniel. Hope all is good. Those Pentland Hills, going back to Rab's point, they look great. If I wasn't streaming, I really fancy a spot of walking on a day like today. Although if that wind turns up as advertised, no one's going to be fancying walking hills in 40-50 mile an hour gusting wind. Something about having a walk and just taking in the scenery, and if you've got company with you, shooting the breeze, pun intended. Shooting the breeze, definitely. but on windy, savage days, no one's shooting any breeze, are they? Tell you what, this morning, random observation on the A1, I startled. There were quite a few owls working around sort of 5 o'clock, you know, kept catching them in the headlights and thereabouts. And I literally interrupted this owl that was on its way in. There was 2 rabbits at the side of the road, and literally as my beam sort of cut it as it flew across the car, and of course it aborted because it saw the car coming and probably took fright. You'd expect that. These 2 rabbits, I don't think they knew how close to death one of them was going to be. But if you think about the scale of a rabbit to an owl, you think, you know, you think it was intuitively a mismatch, but trust me, it was on its way in to take one of them. Good morning, now W-8. How goes it in Belgium? And while I'm in good morning mode, Optimus Toaster, hello to you. Ah yes, exactly that. Wind has cancelled your weekend mountain climbing plans for all of December. I'm absolutely gutted for you as well, buddy. That is just so frustrating, isn't it? It really is. It just seems that we're one windstorm after another. Edward, God, I can't pronounce your second name, Edward, but Edward, I think I know you, don't I? Did you stand with me and help us when we were doing the Emirates show back in November? You could be a different Edward, I don't know, but I've got a feeling you might be that chap. Anyway, I hope you're keeping well. Les Donaldson is in the house. How you doing, Les? Edward, I hope you're keeping well. That was great fun that day, wasn't it? It really was. It's something that's gonna stick in my memory forever and a day. In fact, reminds me, because part of that day, in fact, I'll hold fire for a minute. Because I've got a thank you to share with Scottish Linda, but I don't want to do it when she's not in the show. Right, Mohammed Rizwan, good morning to you, Mohammed. Hope you're doing well. 101 likes up, says Gaz Fleming. Fireworks on. Thank you. A little peal of fireworks to celebrate the good news. Oh my good golly, Nell W, what you done? Let's get to the bottom of the chat. I'm for a brew, defo, John Mackenzie, definitely the way to go. That sounds truly awful. So we can't be that far away from seeing a bit of Dreamliner action. And so it proves our Qatar Dreamliner is out over the Firth of Forth at the minute, 2 minutes out sea flight radar, inbound from Doha, having departed just over 7 hours ago. That is a bonus plane for us, and of course we're going to get to see it go as well. I would have thought they generally turn them around inside 2 and a bit hours, no more than 3. So if it's with us, we might finish with a Dreamliner departure. It could be, or it could be the A350-900. Loving the odds. I think it's very sporting, Les Donaldson of Qatar Airways to help us out like this. It's definitely a nice festive thing. So hold tight, folks. You might have chance, if your kettle's already on, you might be able to get a brew or a coffee in front of you. Oh dear. So let's have a look. So no, fainted at 2 AM, hit head. Jeez. Oh, big hug from me, Nell. That is absolutely, what a horrible experience. Oh man. That must have been, well, just so worrying. Worrying don't do it anything, does it? You know what I mean though. I can't find a better word in my head. Troubling, disconcerting, just goddamn awful. But you take it steady. And as you say, no surgery needed, so that's, if it's one thing bound to make you feel worse about something, I guess, is that you need to have some surgery. Certainly if you're a bit mediphobic like I am. Wow, that is scary stuff. Well put, Hammy. That's the word I might have been wrestling for. Scary. Right, I think I might film the Dreamliner. Something actually, and put it on the Facebook group, the PSA Live group. Maybe the Edinburgh Airport spotter group as well. So let's take the logos off the screen. Oh no, even worse. Someone found you and fainted as well. That's just, you can just imagine, couldn't you, how these things have a kind of domino effect. Is Josh all right? Because all these things take a little bit of, well, take a lot, don't they, of coming to terms with in the aftermath phase. So our Dreamliner has just crossed the coast. I think we might be able to grab it. Replay. Not too slow. I'm just going to hit that again. I just need to recalibrate the replay because I'm clearly not right on. Nah, something's not quite right with that. I'll have a quick fiddle around with replay in a bit. Got an ATR coming out short, so let's go to that. No idea why that didn't kick in as it should, but hey ho. Iterative learning, as I'm always saying. Yeah, I'm just looking at the emoji chit chat. I didn't think we'd see a Dreamliner in today's show. I thought if it all runs to time, there wouldn't be a Dreamy. Just shows you can't rule anything out. British Airways inbound from London Heathrow with an A321neo, 5 years of age. So this ATR, it's still got plenty of time, but it can't afford to get nesting. It's got to go. Here we go. Bye and welcome to Edinburgh. David Gordon, have 2 brews, one for me, one for you. If you just joined us, hope all is good. Welcome to Edinburgh for our last show before Christmas. British Airways providing your next inbound action. I'm just going to try the replay on this one as well before I adjust anything else. Right, so let's go replay again. We're at 3/4 speed for this one. So I think we're in the right place in terms of settings. Shame I hadn't quite got it calibrated right on the Dreamliner. I'm in Christmas mode. That's just me firing off a still. I might do another one near the tower. The light's just tipping off it. Look at that. I think that's one thing that Scotland does at a level of excellence, and that is fantastic skies. I've always been quite taken with the sky in the northeast. You know, Northumberland is not shabby on that side of things, but I think the further north you go, the better it gets. Yeah. Oh, I have that as well, Rab, on the tablet. I don't have that on the laptop, but it's It's an Android quirk, or although I can't remember. Are you Android or are you Apple? I can't remember. Anywho. We'll stay on the Dreamliner. Oh, I think we can actually. Looks like we've got an ETR moving. Scotland's finest are entering the show. I'd like to say Newquay. If I say Newquay, it'll be Exeter. But stick my neck out. Just catch a little bit of British Airways as it teases into the gate. Oh, your PC for that, Rab. That is a curiosity. It is certainly, and I always blame this tablet. I'm always convinced it's just not a very good Android device. I'm sure there are better, but it's one of the reasons I don't update the light count for myself, because I know the minute I do that, I'll lose all the chat continuity. It really is a thing, isn't it? Trying to get the best out of your tech, or how platforms actually work with your tech. Oh, just remembered I better switch my phone on. I did promise Mrs. PSA I would be available if needed for consultation on a particular thing. So let's just get me off Do Not Disturb. Otherwise I can find myself getting into a right world of pester. So I was saying, oh yeah, just give me a ring, or if you need a bit of advice. Right, so we have a bit of a pause in action, so let's just see what prognosis looks. There's quite a few planes transponding on the deck, so let's see what looks most likely to be going somewhere. Right, solve that. It'd be that one. That will be the Jet 2 A321neo that is bound for Lanzarote. In LW-8, member for 20 months. We're going to get some fireworks on L. I'm now starting to think that I might have them too loud for you, I don't know. Anyway, superb friend, moderator. Oh, the plane's moving too. Let's do the fireworks now. Nell, thanks for your support. Ooh. Just reading Leslie's comment about winds picking up after 10. I just don't know what to make of it. Not for the first time this winter I've stood in this very spot and found that the wind hasn't actually arrived at its advertised velocity. I thought, looking at Hammy's comment about having a touch of snow, I really thought I'd come in today to the Pentland Hills with a bit of a dusting of snow, nice and white and scenic, and possibly a little frost here, and well, a bit of Christmas postcard type thing really. Les Donaldson, member for 19 months. What a fantastic time it has been, says Les. It's been fantastic because of the good people that make the channel, and that includes you, Les. 20 months. Fireworks on. Stand back. Ooh. I've just seen, you know, that sort of yin and yang thing where something good happens and then something less good. I've just seen Rab's comment about the A350, 1 o'clock. That's a bit of a blow. We'll keep an eye on that one. I might just stretch if I have to. I don't want to leave that one behind, but if that became 1:15, it'll just be pushing me too far in the wrong direction. But I reckon I could probably recover the time if I literally covered that and then switched off and legged it to the car. I don't want to be rushing on the road, that'd be daft. But yeah, let's keep that one under monitoring. Hammy, what have I done to you? This is cancel stuff. Dear me. Ooh, bit of the old Shaw deodorant on the plane. We've got a British Airways baby bus on the move out and an EasyJet, but we're going to stay with the Neo at the minute. Thanks, Rob. Oh dear, is it 2 p.m. for the C-17, David Gordon? I couldn't do it. I don't think that would work. I don't think I've even come with enough juice for that scenario. I usually do, but today I thought pack as light as you can get away with, because more stuff you bring, more stuff to pack away and all that malarkey. So, just for the avoidance of doubt, is that C-17 definitely 2 p.m? But I just don't see how that would work. So 2 p.m, 4... No, I couldn't do it. God, I so want to do it. There's me thinking the 350 would be tricky enough. I suppose the only other way of doing it, and I'm not keen on changing things because I don't like mucking people about, is if we push the stream by half an hour. But yeah, the social stream, but I don't think that would give us enough either. Let's sit here and hope that they actually go early in the end. Of course, military stuff tend to do what they want to do anyway, don't they? Mark Pride, member for 6 months. It's great here. Merry Christmas to all at PSA, says Mark. Thank you, Mark, for your support, and Merry Christmas to you and yours. We'll just get the fireworks on in a jiff. I think we're supposed to do it now. There we go. Thanks, Mark. Could this be a planes and trains moment? Let's find out. Certainly a turn and go. Or not. Yeah, go on. You know you wanna. There is our A321neo. That'll be number 2 to go. EasyJet lining up shortly. Good morning to any and everybody that has joined the stream since I last said good morning. I'm Mark, if you didn't know me, and welcome to Edinburgh. Runway 24 in operation. Great morning's plane spotting in view as we ease towards the Christmas break. Next action that comes up of big note, at the minute we're tracking with an A321neo. We have got United Airlines due out at 9:25 with the incomparable Boeing 757-200, the flying pencil. That is due out shortly. Plane you're looking at is an EasyJet A320neo returning to Bristol. Hearing ATR strumming, but the sun is absolutely onerous at the minute. There we go, there's your ATR. Hold that thought, we'll pick that one up in a bit. I've got a hunch that's going to go short. What ain't going short is this 321neo. Rob's got sleep, that's interesting. Yeah, Les, you're right about the weather. I think if I look back on 2024, and we'll do a bit of that kind of talk on the social stream, we haven't really had rough weather. And I think for me personally, looks like KLM have just pushed and turned off camera. That rugby charters day back in February on the Mound, watching runway 06, was the toughest conditions I've ever streamed in or even videoed in, and it weren't even a named storm, which always amazes me. It was windy, it was bitingly cold, wet. It had the lot. Oh, and some great tail fins as well. Here we go, we're off. Planes and trains. They seem to do special livery trains, do they? Going to see an awful lot of A321s, aren't we, as time goes on. Seems to be the go-to plane at the minute, particularly now the XLR's active in the commercial market. ATR lining up, it didn't go short, so just shows you what I know. Billy C16, not B, Billy B16A. Face is frozen, Billy. How you doing, mate? Hope all is good. Yes, I think that is G-Sun H. We did start off, didn't we, with G-Sun O being the first A321 in Jet 2 colours that was kind of regular here. But it seems that G-Sun H is now certainly on the Lanzarote rotation. There we go. It always makes me wonder why there's no sun on the tail fin. I think somebody said in last week's show they've had it since March. Kind of glad they haven't put one on it. It gives it a quirkiness. So where's our flight, or soon to be flying Dutchman? Well, I can tell you where your C-17 is. That's not moved. C-17 entirely static. There you go. While I think about it, a few little shout outs. So Alibi 58 and Mrs. Alibi 58, both been under the weather. I told you my face is frozen. Under the weather over the last week. So much love to you from Mark Eddy and the PSA community, and very much the same as well to Siobhan Everett, who's getting better from pneumonia, back home now but briefly in hospital, and also Mike Clark. Big up to you, mate. I know you've had a tough year, and yeah, let's hope for a better 2025. As we watch this E195 spin on a sixpence. Well, Billy, I can't promise you more than this E2, but yeah, a few more E2s wouldn't be amiss. I like the E2. Oh, Rab, that's good news, mate. Our inbound 350 is shaving the minutes off. That would be grand, wouldn't it? Even better if our C17 manages to go a little bit earlier. You've caught Alibi, have you, Rab? He and I exchanged emails in the week, so I think he's on the uptick, and I think Mrs. Alibi is behind him in that sort of sequence of catching it and getting better. It's always the way just before Christmas. So, is there anything happening on the track? Can't see anything. So, my Dutch friends, I think you are good to go. The Foxy B is in the house. Good morning, Foxy B. How you doing? Few birds scooting across the bottom of the shot. Not noticed any particular bird scaring activity, but there's a flock now running along the runway pretty much. I say running, they're kind of just above the tarmac. Oops, and our plane is moving. There's me watching a load of birds. Look at the rate of ascent on that. It's what they do, isn't it, these Embraers? You can probably hear on the mic, the wind is now picking up. I think Les had said they thought it might tick up around 10 o'clock. I think that might prove to be about on the money. So this is the Ryanair departure to Santander. It was due out at 9:10, so it slipped a little bit. This is G. Rucker. We saw this arrive a short while ago. Sylvia Barker, good morning to you, Sylvia. Hope all is good. Good morning to each and every one of you in the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. Some nice easy plane spotting as we ease into the Christmas period. Last show from us this side of the big day. Go on, Bennett. That sun. Not complaining, mind you. I reckon if it disappeared behind a cloud, I'd be feeling a bit more shivery. Then he said chivalrous. I'm always chivalrous. For the avoidance of doubt. Yeah, wind's up. It actually feels more on my back, if I'm truthful, which suggests there's a slight northerly lant to it, but that can't be right. I'll have a look on Meta in a minute. My back's to the Forth Road bridges, roughly. It definitely feels like the wind's behind me, not in front of me. I think if it gets up to the mooted 50 mile an hour by midday, I think it could make itself felt, actually. So as always, folks, that gentle play on likes, if you get to favour us with your like, it does such a big thing for us with YouTube. In terms of the way it promotes the channel. Can't see anybody on the golf course in the background. That's that bit of greenery you can see towards the right hand side of your screen. So Foxy B is good, excellent. Hope you've got things all nicely cornered for Christmas. I asked Mrs. PSA that question yesterday. I said, I know we're going to Eddie's on Christmas Day, but you know, have we got much to do on Monday and Tuesday? I got one of those eye-rolling looks that says, like you're going to do anything. Which is actually Mrs. PSA's shorthand for not wanting me to do anything before you wonder too much. She likes to be the, that's what I'm after, the artistic director for Christmas. Of course, everybody on this plane heading to Tenerife, getting a bit of that, what do you reckon, mid-20s, sort of mid-70s, that kind of thing, depending on which temperature scale you favour. Sunshine and relaxation. Can't be bad. So we've got another plane exiting the front side of the terminal. It's like a Ryanair. Let's keep things steady. The wind is now a bit more constant. Good morning, travelling tourist. Hello to you. It's amazing how the sound does travel, no question about that. Excuse me, I'm one of these people that if I hear a plane in the sky and I can't see it, I'm straight onto my flight radar, and if I can't see it on there, I'm onto my ADSB. Just got to know what it is. Right, I can't see a blinking thing now. I know the early birds in the show will have seen this, but I'm going to just go to camera briefly so you know what I mean. So I thought it'd be a nice idea to trim up for Christmas and all that, so I stapled on a bit of tinsel onto the old cap, but of course the breeze is flapping it across the eyeline all the time, so I don't know whether I'll have to de-Christmas it a little bit, take my decorations down before the big day. It's like a shadow that keeps flicking on the old eye. Right, we've got an inbound. We're going to do a replay on this one as well, team. Oh, thank you as well, travelling tourist. EasyJet inbound. That EasyJet, what's it carrying? It is carrying a load of passengers from Milan. And the aircraft involved, an A320-200. Rab, where is the white beard? It's a fair question. I did have a shave for today. To be fair, it would have been a shrewd idea, because I've come out in a balaclava, but if I'd gone with a white beard, I might not have needed the balaclava. Funny what you think of when you're actually out the house. Foxy Bee's got to collect the turkey, fresh veg, not looking forward to it. No, Mrs. PSA always declines my help. But yeah, it's a bit of a battle, isn't it? especially when you want your fresh veg to have decent dates on it. Alright, we'll do a replay. So let's see how it goes. Cue replay. Ooh. Wow. Sunshine like this really is the second coming. Do not adjust your set. You're not watching Plane Spotting live from Tenerife or Lanzarote. Northwest winds, says Les. That's definitely what it feels like, and that could get interesting then. I think when I last looked on the Met site, it was west-south westerly moving to full-on westerly, but there's no way that's what's happening. And we're off. Good morning, Carl Shield. So the Jet 2 that you are watching is off to Fuerteventura. Plenty of traffic to the Canary Islands so far during the show. Pretty understandable. Although the media do love to hype up, don't they? Travel drama. Busy with tales of woe with the roads yesterday. And of course we had a big outage here, didn't we, last Sunday? Luckily we missed it on the show. Unluckily for everybody that was affected, of course, it was quite a substantial one. Number of flights, I think, went to Glasgow. I suppose if you're going to get diverted, Glasgow's probably the best you could hope for, isn't it? So we have an aircraft on finals, which I'm just going to get my screen vectored down to. An EasyJet A319 from Gatwick. That is your next inbound aircraft. I think there's a rash of EasyJets around now on the inbound. United should. They're already late, but they came in late, of course, so... United Airlines were scheduled for 9:25. I guess they're going to be something nearer to 10 o'clock. Happily, it is near to 10 o'clock. Mary Brock's got 38 degrees outside. Geez, that is too hot for me, Mary. I think I see he's functioning at much north of 30. So I saw somewhere in the news as well that tanker driver, the airport tanker driver dispute at Edinburgh, that's been settled since we were last on air, so over the space of a week. It was due to kick in, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday of the week, or the week that's just passed, but all parties seem to have found a way of hammering it out, so that's good news. Random Flights, hello to you. Thanks, Rob H. Our Qatar 350 is bringing itself into our window. Minute by minute, we're pulling back. Brilliant. Your local Scottish Therian. Hello to you. Welcome back, my friend. I know you've got a very unique handle. I think I've never quite say it properly. But anyway, welcome back. Carl Shields never eaten Brussels sprouts. Man, you don't know what you're missing. Do I love a Brussels sprout? I see Foxy B and Michelle are acquiring sprouts as part of their shopping. Mrs. PSA also. And we're not even having Christmas dinner at Argaff, it's at Eddie's. So I hope they've got Brussels on the menu. Yeah, do love sprout. Aviation Action Scotland, how you doing? They tell me, Gary, in the chat that the C-17 that is parked here is due to go at 2 o'clock, and I don't think I can do it from a show point of view, but you might fancy that as a clip. Depending on what you've got on. Wow. Moments like this where I think perhaps I should have set up at the mound. I normally only set up on the mound usually for 06 operations at the other end of the airport, but it is possible to do 24s from there, and I find on days like this when the sun is low and stubbornly low, I don't know, sometimes you're kind of as bad burnt as scalded. Right, somebody's on finals, I see. And that somebody is an easy. I did say there'd be a few easies, didn't I? It's EasyJet phase of the show, inbound from London Luton. Hello to Nick. Welcome to the show, Nick. I'm Mark, if we've not met before. You're right, Ian Finley. Isn't it funny? It's one of those things that kids don't like. Sprouts, cabbage, all that kind of stuff. We've got a very low slung Loganair ERJ 145 that is, I don't know where it's going, it's not showing as active on flight radar, but I'm going to take a guess at Southampton. If anyone knows better than that, do tell. Yeah, it is true, kids, my brother and sister didn't like the sprouts or cabbage. I've always loved them. No, kids don't. I don't think our Eddie's that fussed with sprouts either. Pretty certain that he can, if he can avoid a sprout, he will. Mentioned United Airlines, and there they are. Lo and behold, on their way back to New York, Newark. Can't wait till we get the summer timetable back and we get Washington and Chicago back on our screens, so to speak. I know there had been talk about San Francisco being added as well, but that was supposed to happen in 2024, or at one point that was the rumour, never did. So I guess a route option they never took up, but it'd be nice if they would oblige us for 2025. Kind of thing they might want to put an XLR on, I guess, when they eventually get the XLRs turning up in numbers. Bit of crop spraying. And the track is clear, so shouldn't be waiting long. Oops, there's me looking behind me. I had the sense somebody was standing behind me. But I can report there is not a soul down here on Almond Bank. Not a soul. I can't say as I blame them. If you want to watch the planes, you're better off watching it on plain sailing aviation. Certainly you don't want to be getting colder than you need. No worries, Gary. We'll see you on the social. I thought it'd be right up your street if you were available. It's one of those things, I just think the chance up's over there. That looks quite fancy, like some kind of BBJ. I'll wait for the EasyJet to get off the screen. What's the word in the chat? Don't think I can get close enough to get a reg. See if we can get on that tail. Probably can't. Any idea who that belongs to? Well, we'll pick that idea up in a bit. Maybe it will go out in the show. That really would make my Christmas. Well, the C-17 would trump that, of course. Inbound British Airways from London Heathrow, currently gracing your screen. Right, here we go. 757 time. Good luck, Les Donaldson. You're a braver man than me. Christmas food shopping. It's a jungle out there. Stay safe. Ian Finley, you must be talking about that BBJ that I've been loitering on. Any word what we think that is, who it belongs to? We're talking royalty or something, as in, you know, Middle Eastern type royalty. Really would like it if that would depart during the show. Right, so here we go, the RB211 Concerto. Stay with him as he banks. Maybe he's not. No time to loiter actually. I see something else has just lined up, so don't add to my telescope total for 2024. And Scotland's finest get ready to take centre stage. This baby off to Exeter. DB Bassman is in the house. Good morning, DB. Ian Finley, if there's a ghost on Almond Bank, I'm sure to find it. Wave to the ground. Going up, planes and trains as well, it's all happening. Where to rest? Just for a minute, give me a chance to see what's going on in the chat. Dum Dum VR, hello to you. Yes, not this season. They do have the A380, which of course is as massive as it gets in civilian terms. It's just not worked out for us this season really, because the overall traffic levels there just don't give enough density. For me it's a fairly long journey from home to get there. But that's that one. Martin Cochrane, hello to you. Welcome to the show. Carol Ann, hello Carol Ann, lovely to see you. So that Loganair departure, Martin, was off to Bergen, was it? Oh, right, the ERJ 145 with your son Ross on it too. Well, Ross, have a cracking trip. Scottish Linda is in the show, member for 8 months, which is a firework moment. So let's see if my solidly frozen fingers can actually hit any buttons. She's blinking nippy. Hope yourself and Mrs. PSA have a good Christmas. Thank you so much, Scottish Linda. In fact, I've got a couple of firework moments for you actually, and I hope that you and yours also have a cracking time, young Robin and the rest of the family. Right, fireworks. Here we go. Scottish Linda's fireworks. Touchscreen's getting a bit sticky now. And I was waiting for this, Linda, because you also co-fid us, PayPal'd us in between shows, and therefore here is our thank you. Oh, wrong one. Here is your thank you. I always like to say thanks for anything that lands between show. So Scottish Linda, thank you so much. And firework that too. Right, let's be caught up on fireworks momentarily. So I can look at our very lush BBJ. That is lush, isn't it? I can see some people moving around it. Let's just see if I can get the camera onto the ground movements. I've got a feeling this might, like, movement is exaggerated considerably when. Ah, thank you, DB Bassman. P4 999 arrived on the 20th. Well, I have to say, they're travelling in style, whoever they are. At this distance, and with my setup, I just can't get enough of that logo. But I think that says BPJ, doesn't it? Dopey Gorp is in the house. Good morning, Dopey Gorp. How you doing, my friend? All in on for Christmas? Busy terrorising your young uns with, have you been good enough to get something from Santa? That kind of thing. I'm looking forward to doing loads of that as a granddad, I'm telling you now. Anyway, I hope all is good. Eliz Butnick, hello to you. Good morning to you. Nick Gray, good morning to Nick Gray, all the way to our west in Boston, Massachusetts. About 5 minutes behind, aren't I? I do apologise. I don't think the chat's coming through quickly here either. It seems to be slow. Freezing cold in Boston. I can imagine it's making here feel like a summer's day. Trust me, it's cold here, but it's not freezing. I think when I pulled up it was, what was that? It's caught my eye. Doors are open, are they not? Oh, that's that Cessna 560 that came in earlier in the show. Diddly-did-doo. Let's just rest up with FedEx. I bet they've been working their cotton socks off. Ah, thank you, Ian Finley, for that extra as well. So that BBJ we were admiring belongs to Action Aviation. FZE. Action Aviation. That's a new one. Oh, Qatar 350, 12:45. I'm going to call it now. If it does 12:45, we'll definitely cover it. I can make 15 minutes up. Just too good. Ali the Ninja, hello to you. What's up? You're back. Hope you're keeping well. Mark 176, hello to you, buddy. Signwinder, hello to you too. Caroline asks about how cold it is. Well, I was saying a few minutes ago, 3.5 degrees when I pulled up. I think it's probably about 5 now, but let's see if I can get any newer information than that, because I don't really trust it says 4 degrees on METAR. I trust that more than the Met Office. Wind speed at 15 knots at the minute. So Becky Davis, good morning to you, Becky Davis. It's 4 degrees, but if you go, let's just go to this is the bit I will trust with the Met Office. It says would feel like -3. Actually, I don't know. I think it feels around freezing. I'm cold, but we're down at the airport. Good morning, Alexandra Wood. Top of the morning to you. Hope all is good in your part of Yorkshire. DB Bassman's got the breakfast on, and I see as fantastically generous from a friend, active generosity from a friend of the channel, a great friend of the channel, the Foxy Bee, Laura. Thank you so much. Hot drinks to warm your hands up. Merry Christmas, £10. Thank you so much, Foxy Bee. That is, well, awesome, awesome, awesome. So we're going to get the fireworks on in a jiff. Here you go, Laura, these are for you. I can hear a start-up, I just can't see what I'm supposed to be looking at. But we'll find that in a jiff. Dr. Kersey, hello to you. Hope you're keeping well. So Alexandra says we've got a BA A321 pinging for departure, and I think that's what I could hear. I couldn't see it. As you can see, it's rather bright. But there she blows. Right, let's set fire to some fireworks. Alexandra Wood. Alexandra has been a member for 20 months, and therefore fireworks are very much in order. Thank you so much, Alexandra. What's the message? Delighted to be part of this friendly community. It's a better community for you being part of it. Thank you. Ooh. Has it moved any? Nah. Where does 20 months go as well? Blimey. No worries, Gary at Aviation Action Scotland. You join us as you feel able. I've just got to make sure I'm there. I was working on some of the various bits and pieces for it yesterday, and kind of thought, you know, like you do when you're preparing anything, you always wished you got a bit more time in your pocket. Something's bleeping. Dopey Gorp, thank you so much, my friend. That is superb generosity from you. Let's read the message. Thank you for the amazing content, and happy Christmas, Mr. and Mrs. PSA and Eddie and the family. And very much from myself and Eddie, Dopey Gorp, to you and yours. Hope you have a great one. let's face it, the year is a hard slog, isn't it? So having some quality downtime at Christmas, well, you definitely want that. All the very best. Here's your fireworks, my friend. Chat. Good morning, Denise Van Cleve. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark Denise. My pleasure to be sharing the planes with you. So we are in a little bit of a slack moment. This was due to happen around 9:30, but of course this is aviation, scheduled up to the gunnels as it is. It always has a way of slipping its moorings. So this A321neo that we're looking at, 5 years of age, registered Golf November Echo Oscar Tango, was due to go out at 10 o'clock, so it's not too far off. Becky Davis, have you added the H to your moniker, your YouTube moniker? Hope you're doing well anyway, Becky. Just need to switch the planes on, and at least this one's moving. So at the moment, this is the only aircraft I can see actually doing anything. Which kind of tells me there's a lot of empty gates at the minute, which I kind of assume that the balance of action will transition towards arrivals, which will be handy, given that the forecast is for the wind to pick up increasingly towards midday. Oh, that's interesting, Ian Finley. I'm just looking at you say useless info, but I think that's what makes... Oh, hang on a minute, what the devil? Oh, I think this is a training. I think they're just response training. I'd be surprised if it's anything other. Let's go with the lead vehicle. So back to Ian Finley's question with the engine, no, not question, information. Where did the fire engines go? Kind of trying to pan with the left eye and trying to make the right eye look to see where the engines are gone, but they are solidly out of view. I just assumed it was going to be a drill. Ooh, Gary Fleming breaking some news that I didn't know. Tyson Fury got beat, did he? Fancy that. H dot, hi to H dot. How you doing, H dot? Hoping you're all set nicely for Christmas. Hammy, the breaker of great news. Pegasus, in case any of you were worrying, are apparently on long finals, 110 miles out, ETA 10:48. This is a true story. Pegasus nearly made the thumbnail. Just saying. I thought it would be an amusing end to the festival, start the festive season, but end to the year kind of thing. Anyway, I couldn't do it. I'm not saying we'll never do it, but I'm just saying I couldn't do it on this occasion. I thought, should I stick them on? To be fair, I hadn't really got any good pictures of the Pegasus. Certainly an A3. I got a decent A321 shot, but not the 320, and it's the 320 today. So I thought, oh, not going to do it. Not even for a laugh. Checking out that bird song. Right, clear track, should be good to go. Starting to cloud up a bit here now. Still plenty of the blue stuff though, so I'm not fearful that we're going to get any precipitation. Right, we're rolling. So where shall we rest? Rest the camera. So here's one for the chat. Last week we knocked about best ever Christmas record, and I think the Pogues won that on broad consensus anyway, in terms of the fairy tale of New York. And Chris Rea's Driving Home for Christmas, I think, came in second. Just general chit chat, not a formal YouTube poll. But what do folks think in terms of movies? I found myself musing on this watching Home Alone 2 a couple of nights ago. I wasn't watching it, but I drifted into it, if that kind of makes sense. And I thought, yeah, what do you like best? So, anyone want to sing that one up in the chat? I think if I remember correctly, in fact I'm just going to refresh my notes because I haven't got an encyclopedic recollection of everything I should probably recollect. But the Radio Times, which won't mean anything to folks in the show that aren't UK based, basically a TV magazine of TV listings, best way of describing it. Anyway, long story short, they did a reader's poll, and what did they find? So this is Radio Times readers, so it's not necessarily a huge number, I don't know, so many different TV magazines. Anyway, It's a Wonderful Life topped the chart, made in 1946. To be fair, that is my favourite Christmas film, just saying. Followed by Elf, The Muppet, I haven't seen Elf I don't think, The Muppet Christmas Carol, don't think I've seen that. Love Actually, yeah I think I've seen that, that's the one with Hugh Grant in it. Home Alone, seen that about 1,000 times, and as I mentioned earlier, Home Alone 2 for that matter. Die Hard, and it's funny when you look at Home Alone and Die Hard, that kind of cut across to Aviation sort of appears in both really. National Lampoon's, followed by National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, 1989 it says for that, so I'm pretty sure I watched it, but I have no recollection of it whatsoever. Polar Express next in the list, White Christmas after that, and number 10, Scrooge, the 1951 edition. We're going to get a bit of de-icing action. No, just putting stuff in the hold, ain't they? So let's just jump back in the chat. Good morning, Edinburgh Aviation as well. Yeah, John Rucroft, A Wonderful Life. I discovered that relatively late in life. It was, I think it's Mrs. PSA's favourite Christmas movie. She's got the DVD, and that's how I kind of discovered it. It's an interesting point you make, Mark 176, about Die Hard being a Christmas movie. It's circumstantial, isn't it? I take the point, but it's always referred to as a Christmas classic. Well, not always, but it seems to get a lot of that kind of reference, but I think it's a fair point you make. Proxy B, planes, trains and automobiles is the go-to for Christmas Eve. Yes, you know, it's Thanksgiving really. Oh dear. Do you know, I still haven't seen Planes, Trains and Automobiles, and I said I would watch it. I'm always behind on the movies, even ones that have been around for ages. So, Foxy B, Christmas Carol, Love Actually. Edinburgh Aviation coming down for a bit of spotting later. Well, the word is that 2 o'clock you'll get the C-17. So that does sound rather good if you get it. It's now rain with rab, not snow. Good morning, Alan T. Anyone watch Carry On? Carry On Christmas or Carry On generally? Used to love the Carry On movies back in the day. Alexandra Wood is Where Eagles Dare. Is that Richard Burton? Was that Richard Burton that starred in that? Where Eagles Dare. Am I right in thinking that was the Alistair MacLean novel? Ugh, I don't know. I do know that I enjoyed the film. Trading Places, says John Mackenzie. Best one ever. That is a good film, and that will definitely be on over Christmas, but it never seems to appear in any lists. I'm not a huge Eddie Murphy fan, but I think that was one of his top draws. So Alexandra Wood bringing us back to the planes. Embraer, Air France, an Air France hop Embraer inbound from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 11 miles out, roger that. Foxy B, consider that my Christmas homework. I'll have enough time to do it. Planes, trains and automobiles. I'm on it. L&T Cinema playing Die Hard 1 on Christmas Eve. Cinema playing Die Hard 1, blimey. Nick Gray, I don't know if you're covert, this is a covert coding. Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Is that a movie or is this something else? Yeah, thanks Alexandra Wood. I couldn't remember Clinton it off the top of my head, but I can now. Yeah, very good. Nick's in with the same advice as well. Where Eagles dare. Guns and Navarone. This is Alexandra Wood. Yeah, David Niven, I'm thinking amongst others. I think it's another one of those all-star cast type things, is it not? I'm just going to rotate the camera. In fact, let's go to the left, because I think all the sexy stuff is to the left. So we've got, not that I think we're going to see it go, but hope springs eternal. We've got a very nice BBJ over there. We've also got, remiss of me not to say it again and again and again because it's been an obsession of mine, we've got the Freddie Mercury tailfin Norwegian in, I think around 11:20. I'm just going to check how that one's shaping up, because if that don't show up, you'll hear a 59-year-old man cry. It's been on my watch list for ages. Can't even see it. Gary Fleming with Die Hard 2. Already loves the Die Hard films. I'm sure he's got the box set. In fact, I think actually that's not strictly true. He has got the box set, but when he left home, he left us with his box set. And now we've got his box set. Hope he's not listening and therefore thinks, oh yeah, I need to get that back. Ah, right, Foxy B. I'm always behind the curve. Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Mary Brock wants to know, am I doing PSA Live the 9th of April next year? Honestly, Mary, I do not know. Right, Air France next. I don't even know what day of the week it is. If it was a Sunday, odds are very high. If it's April, summer timetable, I think we'll just see what the summer timetable does, because we generally favour a midweek show and a weekend show. Oh, he's scrubbed off. Carrying no momentum. I think we saw that last week with the Pegasus. Saw something on one of the news feeds that says obviously we've got this huge solar farm at the back end of the airport, i.e. some of that, and apparently they're having solar wind panels. I'd never heard of solar wind panels, but if I understand the rough gist of it, they must be kind of honeycombed or something to allow the air to flow through the panel. But yeah, solar wind panels, whatever next. Right, we've got somebody on finals. And that somebody is a Ryanair inbound from Berlin. Ian Finley confirming Freddy Mercury is 30 minutes out. Roger that. What's going on here? Political bias is in the house. Good morning to you, PB and Alibi 58. Wave from Mark to both and to anybody else that has just joined the show. Yeah, Freddy has definitely been mentioned. Freddy is showing up, especially for us today. I'm feeling quite relieved about that because my understanding is that he's looking a bit faded. Ah, Mary Brock, 9th of April is your birthday, your 50th birthday. Major milestone, that one. Well, remind me nearer the time, and if we're on, we'll definitely do you a shout out. Good morning, David Smart. How you doing, mate? Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. So you've been over the far side having a closer look at the BBJ and C-17. Can't blame you. So let's just see. I'm just going to make some adjustments. Or I might have to make some adjustments. Let's just see. Oop. So apologise, some of you will have experienced some glitchy lagging. I don't know why that would be. Signal was solidly good. Obviously it's only as good as when you check it, but it's my end, it's not YouTube, so I've dropped a small number of frames, but enough for you guys to notice. Yeah, so I'm going to go to the bottom of the chat. Alibi 58, member for 20 months. Thank you, Alibi, for your fantastic support, and a moderator as well. Someone else that's been with us since the very early days. I'm just going to put the fireworks on. Just check them up, blowing anything up. So next inbound is another Ryanair from Porto. I'm just going to keep a close eye on the box team. So thank you to everyone that posted messages. I'm hunched over it at the minute. Curious though. Good morning, Yorkshire Biker. How you doing, buddy? Alexandra confirming that the Flying Pig, the Pegasus A320 from Istanbul, is 12 miles out. So, any time now. Right. Let's get the next one in. Let's have a quick check the replay function still works as well. Yeah, regulation landing there. Qatar Dreamliner on its way out. So this is a bonus plane for us, the Dreamliner, currently obscured by all the low costs. Should have departed around 8 o'clock but didn't arrive until after 9, so happy days in terms of us. Not so good for anyone whose travel plans have been snagged. Nightmare liner, says John Mackenzie. I saw your comment earlier about the leg room. I've never actually flown one. Plan to. Go check the signal on my mobile phone while I'm in the zone, because I'm just trying to wonder why we seem to have lost a bit of signal power. Well, briefly. No, it all seems to be there. Right, next inbound is, you know it folks, it is that Pegasus A320neo, 7 years of age. That is going to be on your screen momentarily. I can see it twinkling in the sky. So I hope you're doing better, Alibi 58. Definitely want to be right this side of Christmas, don't you? Good morning, Ross McNeil. And yes, very much Merry Christmas to you and yours. When the big day comes, have a cracker. Hope you're keeping well. Keeping well being pretty crucial this time of year particularly. So no chance of this getting out until the Pegasus does its thing. So let's have a see what the flying piggy has. Oh, Hammy's also been under the weather as well. Get well soon, buddy. Right, you wanted it, you got it. The Pegasus. Well, you would if I could get a clean focus. Touchdown! Right. Dreamliner time, or John Mackenzie says, nightmare liner, depending on your point of view. Definitely got a beautiful profile. So I got, oops, sorry folks, I was looking to the left and zooming and forgot to stop zooming. So a couple of EasyJets next to go. Now W, you are so right folks. So if you are a member and you can make it tonight, 6 o'clock UK time, looking forward to hanging out with you all. So if you can make it, it'll be great. Ooh, can I see a bit of snow on the hills? I've just seen Rab's comment. I think it's a collusion between Rab and LW. A question that might involve Sabina. That's Nell's stock answer, isn't it, of course? Sabina. I've tried to keep the questions centred mostly around things that we've seen during the course of the year, in a fashion. That's harder than, oh craps, we're moving. Harder than you think when you kind of think how much action you see. Well, that bird got up good and early. British Airways pushing back. Got a hunch that was an Embraer, but check the plate. No. Yeah. I'm loving your theory now, W. Sabina. Is it not Sabina? I really should have thought about that and thrown in one. 200 likes are up, says Gary Fleming. Quick peal of appreciation from me. Thank you. Talking of all things Belgium, let's just get back to our parked plane. Oops, looks like we've got one of the Bizjets that we were expecting in. Is this the little aviation companies inbound from, say, Gloucester? We'll do the details in a bit. Certainly a little plane. One up in a minute when it comes back into view. So yeah, that was the little plane company, the operator of that aircraft, the little jet company, Cessna 550 Citation Bravo. We'll pick it up when it scoots back up. In the meantime, we've got an EasyJet lining up to go, so let's make ready on that. EasyJet in question, off to Munich. Next inbound is also EasyJet from Krakow. Tell you what, let's get that little jet company plane. There we go. How you doing, young man? Never. I got a bit, let me just... I don't know what to say. I have just... Let me get myself collected. Uh-oh, telescope 32. There's a good reason for this though, in my defence, which I will... You're Jack, yeah? Yeah. Jack, Kia.
Yeah. Abby and Lolly.
Right, young Jack is just giving me, we're going to do this to camera. Is Jack alright on camera? Or?
Yeah, he loves it.
You sure?
Yeah, he loves it.
Okay, well listen, we're going to go, let me just de-glove. Let me shake your hand, young man. Honestly, I'm absolutely cock-a-hoop and buzzing. So, young Jack is somebody that we've seen down here a few times actually during the course of the spotting season. Abby?
Lily. I'm Abby, that's
Yeah,
Lily.
Lily. Right, I'm just going to flip the camera around.
Oh, YouTube.
We're on YouTube, yeah. Is that still okay?
Yeah, love it.
Come round this side then, folks. So, Young Jack has very kindly bought me a box of posh chocolates. Now, let's see if I can get them. So, here we go. Jack, Abby, Lily. God love them all. I can't believe it. So that's how I ended up with a telescope. I'm absolutely buzzing. Thank you. You've still got your JetBlue lanyard as well. Excellent. So, in my defence, my incompetence had a cause. Thank you so much. That is just really kind.
Oh no, Jan wanted to do it. He says thank you for all your live streaming.
Well, do you know what? I don't know what to say. It's not often that's true, but it is true.
Yeah, you watch every time.
Right. Let's just collect myself.
Very close to this.
Lots of inbound, says Rab. I'm a bit behind here and I've kind of, so let's have a look. 10:56, cripes. Let's get back. Freddy approaching Perth, says Hammy. I better get on it. PSA corporate jet has arrived, says John Mackenzie. If only we had one. It is a very nice citation, bravo. Or was, is. Elijah J. Powell Aviation. Hello, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Fantastic to have you with us. Let's get ready for the next inbound. I've head scrambled. It's more scrambled than usual. Or is this our corporate Bizjet, I wonder? Can't see anything on flight radar, so I'm going to guess this is the Logan Air ERJ. They tend to disappear off the grid at 1,000 feet or less, or the older ones do. Looks like it's feeling the breeze a bit as well. Hey. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I thought I might drive by the telescopes. I see Dopey Gorp, Hammy. Who else is damming me down? Nice things catch me off balance too easily. So let's have a look. Who's killing me? Dopey Gorp, expect nothing less. Hammy definitely would do that. Gary Fleming, come on Gaz, give me a break, man. Travelling tourist, hello to you. And yet, top star Jack, definitely. Honestly, I could almost well up. No, W, if only I could share some with you. I really would. Dopey Gorp says. So, it's Christmas. I've got the mitigation of a really kind act of generosity airside, and it's still a telescope. All I want for Christmas is a telescope. Gary Fleming, on reflection, I've got loads of them. Well, for the avoidance of doubt, it's now 32. I do get in a pickle. Oh, I do get in a pickle. Oh, blinking heck. I see we've got some glitching, and I'm just gonna, oh, for Dickens' sake. Wow. Late touchdown, I hope people have seen it. That's as late as I've seen for a long time. What do you reckon, chat? So sorry, I've seen we've got a little bit of glitchiness again kicked in. I'm watching it carefully. So where are we? 19 miles out. Plane of the day, Freddy, 11:02 says Alexandra, so not going to be long now. Good morning, Tony Cage. How you doing, Tone? Working in the background. Well, I hope you're keeping well. Don't work too hard. Exactly what Hammy says. Giant coin stacks. Hello to you, my friend. Yeah, dopey go. We are lagging. I think I've dealt with it, but I'm not sure why it's happening. Something's giving me a bit of a wobble. All in the challenge of live broadcast. It's funny, you know, but driving up here I thought, oh, we've had a good run in terms of signal reliability. Don't even think it. Oh, thank you, DB Bassman. VAR says no telescope. I'm liking DB's perspective on this. Definitely a fair and cultured man is DB Bassman. Checking that windsock. There's definite, the wind is just starting to pick up again. This was a surprisingly late touchdown. I think that is as late as I've seen anything touchdown here. You weren't that far short of getting up with the tower. Stack load of planes inbound, says Alexandra Wood. Excellent, just how we like it. If the wind is making things a bit tastier, it's difficult to tell here because of the trees. But we've got an ATR coming in next. That's going to be a really good tester. So an ATR 72 from Belfast. Aer Lingus. Oh, Linda. Sorry you've been kicked out. You ain't been kicked out by me. But it is a nuisance because they put you on an ad, don't they, when you come back in. Certainly the glitchiness that we have but it's inexplicable because signal's still really good, so it might be my encoder box as having a sore Sunday. Regulation landing there. If you've just joined the show, happy Sunday to you and welcome to Edinburgh. If you don't know who I am, I'm Mark. Super to have you with us. Shortly to be with us is a Ryanair from Copenhagen. Departed 1 hour 38 minutes ago, 737-800. It is just crossing the coast now. Freddie Mercury is up on my screen at the minute, but I've not selected him. That's an omen, isn't it? Oh yes it is, I've got him now. He's 3 minutes out according to Flight Radar. Feels a long time coming, does that one? Ross McNeil. I don't know if I should. Don't stop me now, I'm having a good time. Don't stop me. No, perhaps better not. I feel there might be a no sing emoji still on the emoji suite. It's nice though when a long-term target finally turns up. There's a Transavia 737-700 which Ian Finley was talking about, generally about a recent batch of Transavias that have basically gone to scrap. Now they're getting their A321s, and that included one of my favourites, the one with the old Transavia livery on it. Managed to catch that a couple of times in October, and super relieved now because catching it no more. And I kind of feared with the Freddie Mercury tail fin that sooner or later it's either going to get overpainted or leave the service of Norwegian. So we've got a push and turn slap bang in front of me. Couldn't quite get on the cab of the truck, but I tried. DB Bassman, don't break free. I want to break free. No. Right, next in. An Aegean A320 departed Athens about 4 hours ago. And that is going to be your next arrival. Oh yes, Alibi 58. It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. Oh yes. Happy days. You'd think I'd have been better prepared really, but I genuinely thought this would be something that we'd probably end up catching in the summer. I love these sunglasses look. I'm checking out all that no sing emoji action, by the way. It's disturbingly red. Hammy, Yorkshire biker, Gary Fleming. At least Alexandra Wood has got some Aegean tailfin action to soften the blow. No sing zone being rigorously enforced. EasyJet ready to depart. Ryanair inbound from Dublin, followed by Freddy. That's the order. This EasyJet off to Gatwick. Hammy, sit tight mate, don't you be breaking free. You're a long-term captive. That's the PSA plan anyway. out that wind. Okay, I'll make it Freddy time. I'm going to record it as well, I think, so let me just take the graphics off. I'm just going to go quiet. It won't be because I'm sobbing, but it will be nice to get a good clean clip if I can. Oh no, it's Ryanair, isn't it? I've lost track. Well, practice. I know it sounds crackers, and it's certainly a sentence I never thought I'd have to say, but I'm thinking of detinseling my cap. The way the sun is reflecting off the tinsel, it's crackers. Oh dear. I think Alibi 58 Bohemian Rhapsody is one that's best approached by me with a few lagers inside me. Dopey Gorp's got the wife and kids watching. Hello Mrs Dopey Gorp and hello young uns. Hope you're looking forward to Christmas. Welcome back, Marinella Armignago. Hello to you in Italy. I recognise your name, Marinella. Beautiful name. Plane of the day, says DB Bassman. I'm going to concur. Not the one you're looking at, the one you're going to be looking at. Our inbound Freddie Mercury from Oslo departed 1 hour 37 minutes ago. Loving the emoji tribute from Alexandra Wood. Just gorgeous. Don't worry, Hammy, I'm not going to touch it. You don't need two emojis for that, one would do. It's just too tricky. Right, let's get the record on. I'm going to go quiet, so definitely no singing. What's to say? Absolutely cock-a-hoop with that. Quick snap there from me. just in case the light works a bit better. Actually, he's not as weather beaten as I feared he might be. Wow, feels like aviation royalty. Oh, is that right, Rob? Worse on the starboard side. I'm sure I'd seen something somewhere. He's a bit faded. I've seen this plane in the dark at Amsterdam, but it barely counted as a spot. Right, I'm going to take a telescope on the chin if I have to for this one, because let's just go slightly long. I'm just going to record him taxiing in as well. Well, that sun is, I know it is moving, so to speak, but it feels like it's totally static. So we've got Freddie Mercury in the tank. Enough said. Very good. Aviation Action Scotland. I gotta be honest, I don't remember Freddie Laker looking at all like that. Loving the wit though, loving the wit. Have they still got the Freddie Laker? I thought that was a Dreamliner they put Freddie Laker on, and they don't do the Dreamliner anymore, do they? Welcome back, HGC. Glickers is in the show too. How you doing, Glickers? I think Aviation Action Scotland, Freddie was on more than one tail fin. Chatters, do correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think that Freddie has actually been on 2 different Norwegian aircraft. Do excuse me. Just looking at the chat about faded and worse on the right side. I think that's me too. Very faded and worse on the right side. Looks like British Airways aren't looking to rush. In fairness, it is the Sunday before Christmas. Kiva Cat 13 Dreamweaver, hello to you. How you doing? Hope you saw some of Freddie Mercury. Now all we need, in fact, when I think about it, what's the latest word on the Qatar 350-900? It was running at around 1:45 last, I remember seeing in the chat. Hopefully we'll get to have that too, because we are going to finish, well, the plan was to finish very promptly today because of the social. A quick drink break, I think. Yep, that was definitely refreshing. Oh, the plane's blinking moved. What's that all about? So the A320-200 you are looking at off to Heathrow, 13 years of age. So in the scheme of things, not that old. In context with modern aviation, getting old. Thank you, Rob H. 12:45. I think we can hang a hat on that. I think I'll probably start taking things to bits a little bit at 12:30 and just leave all the essential stuff plugged so we can get it and roll on to the next. Jim 33, good morning to you, buddy. Lovely to see you, mate. Don't worry, it's this time of year is, yeah, as you say, crazy. I'm guessing the shops are pretty darn crazy. A number of our show friends are at the shops now doing various bits and pieces. Sooner them than me. So somebody's pushed and turned. I'd like to say I think it is that Air France Embraer, but I can't be certain in that sunshine. Let's have a look. Yep, sure is. See you later, Keith Cornell, hopefully. Ooh, HGC is having a cuppa out of one of the new mugs. Nice indeed. Must admit, I used mine for the first time yesterday. Struggling against this, but I can't see anything else currently moving at the minute. I'm having to kind of shield my eyes a bit to get a better perspective. Looks like we're all good. The Kiwi Cat 13 Dreamweaver 16-month milestone up on the screen. Let's just see. Still glad to be part of this wonderful community. It's great having you with us, Kiwi Cat. It really is. I do love your handle, by the way. I think that is a really good one. Able to. What's the inspiration of it all? I just love it. The Kiwi Cat 13 Dreamweaver. Anyway, fireworks on. Stand back. Oh, that's a great shout, Alexandra Wood. Brussels in Yes to Europe livery. 13 miles out, so 11:28, 4 minutes ago. I've got Eurowings with the Yes to Europe livery. All the other airlines in the Lufthansa group also had that. It's like a sticker on the fuselage, or it is on the Eurowings. I assumed they'd overpainted them now because that was all tied in with the European referendums that took place in May. But yeah, nice collector's piece. I'll film that as a separate clip as well. So next departure is going to be a Ryanair to Porto. I think that's definitely going to be out in front of this Air France Embraer. So I think it is going to be that one. See the picture? Oh yes, it says on flight radar yes to Europe livery, but I can't see the sticker I was talking about on the side, so I don't know. Let's see what yes to Europe looks like on Brussels. It was very distinctive on Eurowings. By Jingo, Les Donaldson is back in the building. Les, I didn't think we'd see you again. I thought you'd be lost to us. Right, I'm just going to go to record mode. Looks like he's going the long way around. Air France look like they're going to head the line. You know, I never did notice those fire engines come back. Yeah, that is going to be a sad day, Aviation Action Scotland, when the last Jet 2757 is retired. Not really been a feature for us at Edinburgh or Newcastle show-wise. We tended to be 737s for the most part, but every time a 757 leaves service, I kind of feel a bit sad, a bit like I did when was it Chewy? I can't remember which it was. Probably Britannia was the 767 or Thompson Fly, perhaps. Who knows? One of those iterations was, I think, the 767 launch customer in Europe back in the day. Can't see anything visually on finals, so let's have a quick check around the kit. Everything seems to be there. See you tonight, Keith Cornell. Rab says glitching again. No, Rab, not at this end, mate. If it is, it's YouTube. I'm just looking at my box now. Here we go. think the light is going to be utterly useless to get any decent snap of the Brussels arrival. Let's have a look. I don't see any Yes to Europe sticker on that. I think they've painted it over. So it's the rarest of days, 2 Brussels Airlines planes at Edinburgh at the same time. Another one parked up with a tech issue. I think it's a tech issue. KiriCat13, you are really kind. Thank you so much for gifting a membership to the channel. Who got it? Let's have a look. Brian Pounder. I don't know if Brian's in the show, but I hope he'll appreciate that. Brian's been a member before of Plain Sailing Aviation, so it'll be lovely to have him back in the community. Let's do the fireworks. Thank you so much, KiriCat13. I think my box is definitely, my broadcast box is definitely temperamental. It's not really responding to touch properly. Don't reboot it at this stage of things. We are an hour from the end of the show. Do you know what, Rob H? I did not know that, but that is fantastic news that Brian is getting better. So not just welcome back Brian Pounder, but much love to you from everybody at PSA. Hang in there, buddy. So this Ryanair off to Porto. Feels like it's been around for ages. Tell you what, this one's in no rush. Someone has very generously donated £10 to the channel. Someone, there's the second someone we've had in the show, and I don't think I ever did get to the bottom of the first someone, because I always love to say thank you to a name if I can, but either which way, someone, really appreciate the support. Everything at this channel is spent directly on content, so we will definitely be looking forward to putting your money and everybody else's money that has been kind to us in today's show or is an active member of the channel to good work in 2025. Promises to be a mega year, especially here at Edinburgh as it goes. Edinburgh's sitting with a hand of good cards. Hammy, thank you so much, mate. You're a great friend. We love having you with us, even if you keep trying to break free. We'll do your fireworks now. I don't think this plane's moving, is it? This plane really doesn't want to go to Porto. David Smart, is that a new small hangar in the background? The white one when the aircraft turns to go on the runway. Don't know if I'm going to be any good at spotting that from here. I'm squinting like mad, David, in the sun. I'll try and investigate. Case in point there, I was totally wiped out by the sun. Right, I can see something on finals. Let's go to the C-17, see if there's anything happening around it. Any sign it's going to be going out as advertised. So David was asking about a small white building. Not sure what you mean, David, to be honest. Let's have a look. That one? Scotland's finest, photo bombing us, and at pace. Anyway, inbound plane, let's do that. The gustiest I think I've had it today, but it didn't move the plane around much. It's more or less line astern with the runway. I did wonder if it would potentially create a bit of deviation. Oh, see you all. See you, Jack, Lily, Abby, Kia. Have a great Christmas, all of you, and thank you so much for the chocolates. Oh, he's the man. I hope you get what you want.
Yeah, what did you say?
Have a great Christmas.
Have a great Christmas. Thank you. Take care.
What a cracking family. Just following in the chat. Les Donaldson, are you talking about Glenn's aviation love? Because I was thinking that the other day. I think I'll message him on Facebook, just check he's doing all right. Because I've not seen him for a bit. A350 looking solid for 12:45. So let's call it now. We are going to be finishing in an hour's time. Oh right, I know what you mean, David Smart. Yeah, this came up in oops, that you mean, don't you? Looks a jolly windy place to be, I think. Well, if the wind's in the wrong direction. Well, just picking up on the chat with Glenn, I'll drop him a gentle message, because it's like one of these things you kind of think, well, look, people watch because they want to watch, and if they want to do something else or whatever, that's fine. So you don't want to feel like you're stalking people. But equally, he's been a great friend to the channel, and not seen sight and the sound of him for a bit. So you always think, I hope he's keeping well and things are all right in his life. Lufthansa inbound from Frankfurt. Scotland's finest next to go. As soon as the track runs clear. Can't say as I know where it's going. Let's see what we're scheduled to go around now. Departures, where are we? 11:50? Southampton. Due to go 11:40. We're moving, we're grooving. Now, I know what I meant to mention. It's too good a story to leave on the table. I did think about putting the link into the show and actually putting it on the screen. It was so good. So let's just line up with something like that. The Lufthansa, as it looks for a parking space. Check that. Oh, hang on a minute. Something nice has happened. Before we get into my... Well, I think it's an interesting anecdote, but you may think different. DB Busman very kindly says, for you and Mrs. PSA to enjoy a nice Christmas sherry. Awesome, my friend. DB Busman, we love you to bits. Thank you, mates. Let's do that thing and hit the fireworks. I think we've got an EasyJet about to go as well, actually. I don't want to pick up another telescope. Now we've established that even when I've got an alibi, planes and trains pending, folks. There you go. Only a dinky one, but there you go. So, Eddie sent me a link to an interesting story which he picked up from the BBC about a microlight that had basically taken itself off from an airfield in Northumberland. Hold that thought, you may have seen it, in which case do, not the microlight, the story I'm on about. So anyway, transpires that the pilot had tried to start the microlight from within the cockpit, if I've understood it correctly, couldn't get it to fire up, so got out of the microlight and was doing it externally. I don't know if he was having to manually rotate something or clip some, I don't know how to start these things up. Anyway, long story short, it starts moving and takes itself off basically, and then flew the 8 mile to the coast and then was heading off out towards the North Sea, never to be seen again. One of those two-seater ones. And do you know what the best bit about this two-seater microlight that took itself off? And regulars in the show will definitely appreciate where I'm coming from with this. It's a Pegasus Quantum or something like. And as I've said before with the telescope thing, obviously we've got the Tiger Moth flight. Didn't happen this year through no fault of my own, but we're going to do it next year. And I also want to go up in a two-seater microlight, possibly not with the pilot whose microlight escaped, because I could just imagine me sitting in the pilot seat while the pilot, not the pilot seat, so sitting in the adjacent seat, the jump seat if you will, while the pilot's out doing something or other, and then the damn thing takes off with just me in it. I suppose it would make for good TV. Oh, Jim 33, the Avro Vulcan, that is absolutely awesome. I think I've said a few shows back, I think the only time I've seen that in the air was when Eddie was playing football as a teenager, and Bruntingthorpe Airfield used to have a Vulcan. They were like what's the word they use? Well, anyway, they brought it back into service, and it was flying while Eddie was playing football, and it was a total crowd stopper. And you're right, beautiful, 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 beautiful. But that's my only sighting of the Vulcan. Look good, sound good. So let's have a look back in the chat. John McCabe, good morning to you, John. You in Tenerife, me here at Edinburgh. Hope you're having a cracking time. Guessing you're going to be there for Christmas and New Year, or are you there longer? Hammy, just seen your message, mate. Much love to you and yours on that one. I'll not read it out because I don't think that was your intention, but just wanting you to know that, you know, you're in my thoughts massively. Back to the chat, yeah, as the Yorkshire Biker says, microlight making a bid for freedom. Thing is, they reckon it, well, they've not recovered it, and it hadn't got enough fuel to get to anywhere else, so it's ended up in the drink. But it just seems such a cracker story. I'm just going to check my notes and just see if there's anything I've missed. While I think on, if you've just joined the show, welcome to the last hour of our show from Edinburgh. Last one before Christmas, should I say. Distracted there by something on the horizon. So back to the microlight anyway. So yeah, Rabbit flew without a pilot. Now, I'm no aviator. I like watching, oops, although I'm not as attentive as I should be. As you can just about work out here. panning handle came loose. Yeah, so the microlight that took itself off, you think, how's that possible? You must have had it trimmed in such a way. It just seemed just bizarre to me, proper bizarre. But that's exactly what happened. But can you imagine if you were just like a paying passenger, ballast, call it what you will, and you're sat in the seat and the guy says, sit there, I'm just going to do a manual start on it, and then he fires the thing up and then it starts moving. What, you know, WTF I believe is the popular way of abbreviating. Smoky Joe start up here. Someone's got the woodbines on. That was a smoker. Get those Benson and Hedges on. Ah, Les has seen it as well. It's Long Framlington Way, yeah, absolutely. Something like, I've never been before. Athys Airfield or something like. Just find my notes. Athys Moor, it's a little airfield. Never been, but yeah, I might have cheerfully looked at the sky watching it go by, pilotless. Cracker story. Welcome back, Michelle Johnson. I'm just going to say as well, Hammy, make sure you join us tonight, mate. Make sure you join us. My general ineptitude can usually be relied on to bring at least a smile, definitely. And I think I can be relied upon to provide some ineptitude. There's just too many moving parts for me not to. Michelle, I hope you had a successful mission. Unpacked, kettle on, it sounds promising. Get out of it, Les Donaldson. That was not a telescope, that little Bizjet. Season of goodwill, that'd be a first. Right, let's get organised. I'm just going to do a quick bit of housekeeping, team, so bear with me while I just have a check that we are good. Saying at the beginning of the show I kind of travelled a bit light today because we were planning on the earlier finish. Right, all seems to still be there. That's a relief. I was kind of worried that we might be getting another one of those little cycles where the signal drops down. But it looks like we've got decent signal still. So you've just joined us. Welcome to Edinburgh. Hey, hey, hey. Jim 33, and you're not on the social tonight, mate. Can't remember if you said earlier on. Should be fun. Well, it's a combination of quiz, 3 prizes go to the quiz, and the remainder, which I think is several, are we're going to do everyone that enters the quiz will draw you out kind of thing. Choice of prizes a bit as well, so basically if you win the quiz you get the first pick of the prizes, if you come second in the quiz you get second pick, third, and then as we draw people out the hat, yeah, if your name comes out we say what do you want kind of thing. That's the plan. Latest Gary at Aviation Action Scotland. Michelle, we've got 2 lots of measles. We've got an outbreak. Is that what you call it? What do you say it's an outbreak? Look. 1, 2. That's like London City's first departure. An Embraer 190. I think it's a standard, but I'm guessing it's a 190. I can say that with certainty. No worries, Jim 33. Have a cracking time out though. So a quick look around the aerodrome. There's a couple of planes moving. You've just been tracking with one, here be the other. I'll have this one as it's just a little bit closer. Hammy, if it's a plan involving me, not long. Eddie's very much going to be in the role of cameraman and executive producer. I think it was his idea to call himself an executive producer. No, it wasn't his idea at all. I'm just teasing in case he's lurking and not in the chat. I can see him now saying, "What are you telling people I think I'm an executive producer?" I'm guessing he's out panicking for Christmas. Making sure there's plenty of Brussels sprouts for his dad's plate. So he should. Hello, David Galloway. Sorry, my friend. I would if I could, because I generally like to stick around. It's just tidge out of reach. We've got. You've probably heard me talking. We've got an online social for members at 6 o'clock this evening, and I've got, well, in Sunday traffic, probably until I'm clear of Edinburgh. Blah blah blah. I would think 2.5 hours on the road. Probably half an hour to take the kit down and carry it to the car. Yeah, anyway, I won't have enough time because I've still got a few bits and bobs to do. I would have loved to. Who's on that plane? Is it you or someone close to you? There's a C-17 that people think is going at 2 o'clock, and I'm absolutely gutted to be leaving that on the table, but that's the nature of planes. Madrid is such a cool location as well. We had a cracking time there doing a stream in April, early April. Where does the year go? It seems crackers now. It seems a distant memory. We were talking sprouts earlier on, Alibi 58, and I think that'd be true of me as well. I think sprouts is mine, to be honest. Things like carrots and cauliflower I can take or leave because I don't think the taste of anything particular, but sprouts. Nice broccoli's nice as well. Ah, David's girlfriend is going back to Spain for Christmas. If I could, I would, my friend, I really would. But but I think I'd just be tempting too much fate. Sometimes on a Sunday it can be quite sticky getting away from here. Generally, I guess people on the road to do their shopping and whatever. We're going to get planes and trains, it's possible. I can see the train. It's just leaving the shop. Off to London City. Of course, we're now technically moving towards the light, aren't we? In terms of yesterday being the summer solstice. Looks like Brussels have pushed back. So we'll just hang on with them for a jiff. Somebody's on finals. That might be the EasyJet that Alexandra Wood was talking about in the chat. Let's have a look. And so it is, inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol, an A320 Neo, 5 years of age, 247 likes, says Michelle Johnson. Come on team, let's get above 250. Be nice if we could. Yeah, Alibi, I kind of, your instincts on that, and because you're local to the area, kind of match my anecdotal knowledge gathered throughout the year. Generally speaking, it's sticky. It's only when I get to Dunbar usually where the life gets a lot easier. And of course there's going to be lots of Christmas shopping going on. Me and Mrs. PSA came up with a good idea a few years ago where we kind of said Christmas, oh there's the planes and trains, we kind of gift ourselves, so to speak, you know, nothing flash or whatever, but rather than guess or me write it down on a piece of paper, or more accurately Mrs. PSA writing it down on a piece of paper, because you know you don't want me improvising, it's never going to work out well. So we both kind of say, yeah, let's both buy ourselves something that we'd like. More on that tonight, because that will be relevant in tonight's show in the social stream. My ideas, not Mrs. PSA, of course. Let's get back to our Brussels. We were talking Brussels, weren't we? And there we are. But that's the wrong one. I'm seeing double. Oh, it is the right one. So Ryanair just about to push out for the active at the minute. Their Dublin flight. Ooh, is that... There's that train that zooted past. Is that what you're talking about? 11 month special livery 158. Let's see what Hammy's up to. Roast pork, mash. God, I love mash. Always love mash. Roast potatoes, I like now. Never used to like them as a kid. It's kind of strange because my mother does cracking roasties. I just didn't fancy them. Oh, mash man. What else is on there? I'm always struggling, I'm getting hungry. Yorkshire pud, onions, mushrooms, apple sauce, definitely on that. Plenty of gravy, but no sprouts. So close to a perfect round. Hammy, no sprouts. Lost that in the sun. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. In fact, I'm going to point over here. It's just too arduous. British Airways are turning around in front of me. It's like an A321 showing its flank. So that's where we're going to go. Oh, no. Belay that. It is all about Freddy. Rockstar is in the house. The picture from Mark, so I've just paused your frame momentarily. My plane of the day. Remember that, folks. It could become relevant at some point. This is Mark's plane of the day. Just looking at the planes and trains emoji. What do you reckon, folks? Does that work? I wasn't sure if the train was distinct enough. It's basically a clip art one, so there's not much I can do with it, but I think I could probably alter the colours to increase the definition. Oh yes. Well, this site has been a long time coming. Should be a turn and go. And so it is. Farewell, Freddy. He's broken free. Let's have a look at the front deck. Plenty of tail fins on show. British Airways still haven't got to the end of the taxiway. Thank you, Rob H. Leaving. Good stuff. How would I know? Well, liking the food chart, HTC and Foxy B, yeah, parsnip. That is I never liked parsnips as a kid actually, but I absolutely love them as an adult. Oh yes. Rab's got the Wheel of Doom. That's your end, Rab, not mine. I'm dropping no frames, or it's YouTube's end. That I can't rule out. Just a quick look. All is good. Thank you, David Smart, and I hope you and yours have a great Christmas. Yeah, Alibi 58. Parsnips in butter and honey. Honey was almost made for parsnips, I reckon. Yeah, old Les with a we will rock you. We need some percussion. Bit of percussion to get me going. Right, British Airways not looking like they're doing much, so I'll take my eye off that. See you next year, Jim 33. I think we're going to be live between now and 2025. We just need to work that one out because Eddie's quite keen to join me on the show if he can. And of course, we've got to find the right action, decent weather, blah blah blah. But we will do something. I can definitely say that something will not involve Christmas Day or Boxing Day. Crikey, that's a slow one. You'd think there's ice down there, wouldn't you? Dopey Gorp, been a real pleasure, my friend. Thank you for being part of it. Are you on the move? Certainly been great fun at this end. thing. Nothing on files. Bristles look like they might be moving imminently, so I'll stay with them for the moment. Rob's got the nose thing out, so let's just get me. Oh no, Les as well. This stringent blooming set of mods on this channel. Stringent. No worries, David Smart, and hello to Colin Lee's Hearts 735. Well at this end, mate. Hope you and yours are too. Guess you're looking forward to the game this afternoon. You and Alibi. Stephen Marchant, hello buddy. How you doing? Oh, dreaded flu. Oh well, I hope you're at the right side of the flu and not just entering into it, Stephen. There's a lot of crap going around at the minute. I know it's a season of goodwill and everything, but I'm minded with a whole bunch of different things where you kind of think, crikey, too many friends of mine seem to be having bad luck at the minute. And whereas flu is one of those things that you just got to suck up for the most part. It's not what you want, is it? Anyway, get well soon, mate. Ooh, that Pegasus is pinging. A pinging Pegasus. Let's have a look. That's the one. I was saying earlier in the show, I nearly put a Pegasus on the thumbnail just for devilment. Couldn't quite do it in the end. EasyJet in from Berlin, your next action. Thank you for Michelle. I got enough of that departure, did I? Nip and tuck. It really was nip and tuck. Kind of track the momentum and hope that you've still got enough of the plane. So, what's moving now? Let's go back front of house. Always like to see a full deck of tail fins. I was saying earlier on actually, Eddie's somehow remembers it differently. He's not Santa suiting tonight. He's not having it. He's not having it. You think I'd don it again really, but I don't think I'm a very convincing Santa. And it kind of clashes with my very jazzy new Santa hat, which is getting an outing tonight. Very spangly. Just following some of the back end of the chit chat between HTC and Dopey Gorp, I reckon that Mrs. Dopey Gorp deserves a medal as big as a dustbin lid. That would be my unbiased assessment and recommendation. Wow, that wind's come back again. It's another bonkers day. push and turn, so that's where we should look. Must be the Aegean, I'm guessing, looking at the windshield. Well, they said 50 mile an hour gusts at midday. Now, I don't think they're 50 mile an hour gusts, but it is midday-ish. 17 knots wind according to Meta at the minute. 3 knots of crosswind. It's not a bad old day. Stephen Marchant, 17 months, a member of the channel. Need to get the private jet out to Tenerife. For those of you who don't know the private jet in question, that is the Chewy 737 MAX 8 that Stephen Marchant will be getting named after him at this rate of knots, with the amount of travelling he does to Tenerife. So, just tying something down that's come loose on the breeze. See if that's tied down enough. So, fireworks pending. Also, I can get my act together. So Stephen Marchant, member of the channel, plain sailing aviation, 17 months with us. These are your fireworks. Thanks for your support, buddy, and get well soon. Ooh, gee. An ATR moving, so let's just pop over and show a bit of interest. Yeah, Alibi 58, Eddie the party pooper. Come on man, I'm sure you said you were going to be putting it on. Then you had all year to either, because he doesn't want to go in front of camera, so grow a beard, get a big bushy fake novelty beard. I don't know, trust me, I've tried to be persuasive. So let's have a look. Steve Marchant's got trip 26 and 27, booked for 25. When's your first one, Stephen? I'm going to guess somewhere in January, February, get a bit of that sunshine. Alexandra, Alibi, you've all got to give him some stick tonight. He'll like that. Give him some stick. Not too much stick though, because I kind of need him to do his thing. It's quite difficult if you're front of camera and you've got to kind of make all the other bits and bobs work when they should, because obviously the quiz content and that needs a few things changing hither and thither. Right, this ATR going short to Belfast, pun intended, shorts in Belfast. Ooh, feel that wind. Where's our Aegean? Definitely one of the smarter planes of the show. Stevens, Tenerife. Funny actually, me and Mrs. PSA are going to start firming what you want to do, isn't it, when the weather's dark. They almost sound like aviation sewing machines, don't they? Anyway, departed Liverpool 41 minutes ago. Foxy B's got circular. Right, I'm just going to go to the bottom of the chat and hope you. No clue what's going on there. Look at that. Just saved a telescope. Well, plenty of people are watching. Right. I'm going to show for turbulence. Really sorry about that, folks. Let's see if that's done any good. Right, so bottom up, Foxy B, Yorkshire Biker, thank you so much. Les, I hope it was an advert for something that you liked. Not as much as me. Oh dear. Yeah, so everybody that's seen the buffering message, thanks for coming back. That's about third time today we've hit a bit of that, and I don't understand where it's coming from. I'm inclined to think it's a glitch on my box, and it's short of rebooting it. I'm guessing I'm just going to have to live with it. Let's just see though. A bit edgy now because I'm kind of thinking that was a fairly big one. David Gordon asks about the C-17. I have to be honest, David, we've not looked for the last probably half hour, maybe it's longer, but I hadn't noticed anything heading that way. I'm far from convinced that's going to go at 2, but if I say it won't, it will. Something else on final approach. Looks like it's finding the wind a little bit. Saw a little wibble there. $250 likes up. Thanks Les Donaldson for that one. Thank you everyone that hit the button. My little moment of appreciation to you all. So what we've got next in? Second Flying Dutchman of the show, KLM inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol, as per. This one being a 737-800. We saw the E195 E2 earlier. Now we are getting the Boeing 737. Let's wave this EasyJet off first. Well, it's blowing plenty. So we've gone to the push and turn on the front forecourt. It be the Pegasus. It's amazing, isn't it, when you think that Aegean came in a fair bit after the Pegasus and got out first. If it was Formula One, how are we doing, lads? Oh, hang on a minute. Screen goes green. Stephen Marchant, Merry Christmas to all. Thank you so much, Stephen Marchant. Awesome support, buddy, and really appreciated. All the very best to you and yours. Firework time. Here it is, one of the least lovely sights in aviation. Ooh, there's a contrast. Least lovely, one of the lovelier sights. Still don't see that Yes to Europe sticker anywhere. Sea of yellow, I see. I'll tell you what, that Pegasus emoji definitely gets some time out of the box. Very good. Sorry, I'm trying to track the plane and just keep an eye on something, as I'm determined that we can get to the end of the show without being caught out by any more buffering. Oops. Yeah, Hammy, that is definitely a verdict I can get with. Not Pegasus today, it's all about Freddy. plane of the day. It looks to me like that's got a little crab on. That's a optical illusion. Let's see. Oh. Put the camera back somewhere fairly neutral while I make a couple more checks. No cap Coco pilots. There's the Brussels Airlines. How's that, mate? Welcome to the show. EasyJet from Geneva, 4 miles out. Thanks, Alexandra. My vision must be improving. I can actually see it. Well, a bit of it. See a light. Thank you, Michelle. Batteries are okay. It's going to get a little bit tight, I suspect, in the next sort of... Where are we now? Oh, we only need 5 minutes or so, don't we? 5 or 10 minutes. Got enough. So we're definitely going to get the Brussels departure. Definitely want that A350, which I'm guessing must have slipped a bit of time. But then I'm going to have to swoop. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Loving that Brussels emoji action in the chat. Yorkshire Biker and Rabbit. Bit of class. I'd lost track of time. That's the thing about aviation, it's a great place to kind of lose yourself. Can be a disadvantage. Hey, oh, it's going over here. Let's have another look at that. Typical, innit? The wind is making itself felt as we are just about to go off air. Scrooge McD, yep, definitely an EO. Her name is Neo and she... Slight adaptation. Dances on the sand. Right, final plane of the show, as in arrivals, is out over the Firth of Forth at the moment. Hoping we can get to it without further buffering turbulence. So what we'll do, team, we'll land the Qatar 350, I'll do a quick piece to camera and then I'm gonna scoot. Crabbing on that. Right, I'm going to go silent and record this one. Welcome home, baby. Welcome home. Okay, team, I am gonna spin things around really quick. So do bear with me. There we go. We're super quick. Thank you so much, everybody that's watched today's show. Moderators, you guys absolutely rock. But everyone that's supported the show by watching, liking, donating, supporting us through the year, certainly our last show before Christmas. Really sorry about the glitching issue that we've had periodically through the show. Doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me, but I suppose when you're live trying to deal with it and you come out the other side each time, it's not really the right time for an autopsy. Let's have a quick look. Super quick on the credits, because I love to do it, because I just love the support we get. Keith Cornell celebrating 14 months with the channel. Thanks, KC. Ash Watts very kindly super chatting us. Sophie L celebrating 13 months with the channel. Rab H 19 months with the channel. John McKenzie with a very generous Ko-fi donation to the channel. Someone also donating us with Ko-fi, as in someone anonymous. I'll have to see if I've missed that in the chat later on, but thank you so much. Yvonne, let's have a look. Yvonne V celebrating, no telescopes, they don't count, 10 months with the channel, and had also Kofi donated us outside of the show. Thank you, Yvonne. John McKenzie, 16 months with the channel. Rab H very kindly Kofi donating us. Hammy, Michelle Johnson very generously, a great friend of the channel, super chatting us. Nell W, God love you Nell, I can't believe the misfortune you suffered. 20 months with the channel, that's not the misfortune bit obviously, you know what I mean. There's Donaldson also at 20 months, Mark Pride celebrating 6 months, Scottish Linda 8 months, and also PayPal donating for donation. Alibi 58, 20 months with the channel, 20 months eh? And God love you mate, Kofi donated, super chatted us, Stephen Marchant 17 months with the channel and a kind super chat. If I've missed any of my down the A1 very quickly to get ready for tonight's social, and also major shout out to young Jack and his very kind gift of chocolates as well, which I don't know what to say really except thank you. I'm going to put the plane briefly on screen and then I'm going to fade you out team. So if you remember and you're going to be available tonight 6 o'clock, me and Eddie would love your company. In fact, actually, we're going to go to the plane that is literally just about to land and then we'll cut the feed. God bless you all. Have a great Christmas, each and every one of you. I just love this community and I just want you all to have a cracking time.